Here's a new way for a session intro. Previously on DnD.
Yeah, they've got some interesting things. Uh,
Yeah, it's luckily I figured out how to turn it on and off on my stream deck. So
yeah, so the cool thing is as well, there is both AI assisted and non-AI assisted voices, and that means that you've got some of them that'll completely change your voice and some of them that just use filters.
yeah,
There is kind of a benefit to the pure filter ones in the sense that they don't like strain with certain characters and stuff. Also, the fact that they take a lot less processing power to run. Found that one out because the laptop that I'm running on, I tried using one of the AI voices on, and my voice just came out in loud staticky crackles because the laptop doesn't have enough power to process that voice.
wow.
Because it actually has to act. It's live running an AI enhancer to be able to use the AI voice.
Hello.
Hello.
So yeah, the way that, like I said, the way that I ended up getting mine was the Perma Pro for like $35 or $40 last year by just repeatedly opening and closing voice mod until it gave me the half off permanent offer.
Yeah.
So it's like every time I open this, it's giving me a different discount offer. What if I just keep opening it until I get the best one? And they're fine with you doing that kind of thing too, because in their Discord server, they have a channel called Begging, which is literally you go there to ask if you can get Pro Key, and eventually, like on occasion, they'll just randomly give somebody Pro Key.
Wow.
It doesn't happen very often, but just occasionally they'll just be like, "Hey, yeah, you get it now." It's because, like I said, they've been around since like 2014 or 15 in the voice changer stuff, so they're like where it started to be, being able to be actually used widespread. So they don't mind doing stuff like that.
Else I probably do it just to shut people up. Yeah, you. Shut up.
There's one of them in particular. There's lots of voices that are the just filter ones that are actually pretty good as well. They've got one in there that is I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called like Metro Cop or something, and it's based off of the Civilian Protection Combine unit from Half-Life 2. And whenever you speak or stop speaking, it makes a beep sound like their modulators do. There's also the trash mic one, which is exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like you're talking into a dollar store microphone. So it makes your voice loud, makes it buzz, yeah.
Ah.
Like all those streamers out there that back in like 2019 were purposely getting really cheap microphones because they thought it was funny. That makes your voice sound like that.
Auto's on autopilot.
Yeah, we're just missing Jerry.
You kind of like staggered a little bit when you just said that.
Jerry. Jerry.
Yeah, there's that voice too.
That was a voice.
So there is two voices that make it so that way you're randomly interrupted by either a burp or a fart sound, and you can increase how frequently it does it. You can. There's also one for censor thing, like the censoring beep noise, and you can turn the intensity up on that so that it'll just randomly cut off one of your words with the censoring beep. If you turn it to full, then everything that you say is constantly censored.
Hey,
Yeah, my
now in my stream, your pictures of your characters light up instead of it just being profile.
I think that makes it a bit easier to see who's who.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna have fun with this thing, man. I forgot I had it.
Now, see, the first place I ever found out about it was Russian Badger, that YouTube channel. He's got his little group that he streams with, and one person in specific, Skulker, is designated as the Sound Man because he has voice mod, he has pro, and he has over 300 sounds in his soundboard that he can play on cue by hitting certain combinations of things on his stream deck. And he loves to screw around. He loves to screw around with it, and that's the like
I'm gonna
first
get a
place that
red
I heard.
dragon, and I'm gonna make the Fae pay for it.
That before you joined Pharaoh, I was telling Late that it's got both AI generate, or like AI assisted and non AI assisted voices, and you can actually kind of tell which is which. I think on the PC version it tells you with like a little tag next to it, but if it doesn't, usually the AI assisted ones you can tell because it's like, you know, an AI generated picture of the person's face. And then the non AI assisted ones are not AI pictures because that's how they dictate which one's which for you.
They're buying Tailspire.
I'm getting mine working.
Getting.
Yeah, mine's loading.
Let's see. Okay, yeah.
I think if Steve got plastered, he's gonna have to make a con save to see whether or not. Yeah, so he waking up tomorrow with a hangover.
My eye. That was kind of loud.
Huh?
Huh?
Huh. I'm in.
I'm trying to get my Steam to do its thing. Taylor would have been drinking as well, but not quite as much.
They're
I should probably note that.
probably enough to get like a light buzz, but that's probably it.
He's got some drinking experience behind him, though, because, you know. I mean, he's got the he needs a stiff drink sometimes after stressful situations thing in his little traits. That's one of the things that is like pre-built from the reformed cultist background, by the way.
But it's funny enough, I was thinking at work last night, it's like, I really don't think, but from the message I sent you, that he would probably actually care. Because I thought about it, it's like, probably after Vecna fell, probably a lot of people just said, screw this, and left. At least that's how I think.
True, but there could probably still be fragments out there. It's only been a couple years. We gotta think. I think one of the things that we did find out last campaign, like in party, is the fact that, you know, Vecna being a lich will come back eventually. So I'd imagine there's probably still, you know, not full pieces, but like, you know, individual, independent kind of splinters of his cult laying around places, just waiting for him to rise again. Kind of like, if you imagine, like, kind of individual restaurants and stuff, how they can independently run, even though they're part of a larger, you know, corporation. Which means we might have to watch out for that too, because there's all sorts of dark situations going on here, and who's to say that they're not going to turn up?
Can y'all catch me up? I had to step away for a minute.
Oh, we haven't started yet.
Yeah, we
Just
haven't started
chatting.
yet. Just chilling.
I
But Steve needs to make a con save for the drinking he did last night. Yeah, at least to see if he gonna wake up tomorrow with a hangover.
Will do. Come on.
Oh yeah, Steve wasn't there when you mentioned what the bonuses from the teller were.
I messaged him and told him what it was.
All right.
So they will go away before we start today, right?
Until y'all take your next long rest.
So this current long rest that we're waking up from this session won't count. It'll be the next one that we take.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that way it doesn't just immediately get killed after, you know, the session.
Yeah, I thought that wasn't fair. Like, y'all get this great benefit, and now it's gone.
And mention what mine is, and to catch Pharaoh up, 3 of the people of us that were, you know, of the group of us that went out to the festival, got our fortune told by a fortune teller, and we got little benefits out of it. So, like, I think one of us has advantage on skill checks, somebody else can re-roll their stuff, and then I have 1 use of the rogue's level 20 stroke of luck thing, so pretty much when I roll a d20 I can automatically crit it once.
Yeah, Otto has advantage on all ability checks till his next long rest. You have your stroke of luck, and Steve has at a D.
I have what now?
Steve at a D. Roll any roll.
What did I end up with? Anything?
You didn't participate, so nothing.
Hey, I was technically there. I said I was sitting by the fire while Critter was playing in the games.
Singe didn't get fortune told either, but did dive into the fortune teller's skull full of gold.
More does that.
we learned last night that Singe has only kind of like a moderate perception of, like, you know, the idea of physical currency.
Yeah. So also say Singe that that armor was probably more for a medium creature, so I'll lead up to you in how much material that would be.
It'll be just enough.
God, I can't wait for the key to get here so I can see if it works. Because like I said, it's going to be part of like their prototype run of them, so it'll be to see whether it works or not, which is why it comes free of charge.
So dive in and say, so y'all wake up.
Oh, I gotta make a save real quick.
Okay.
You do that. You said charisma, right?
Huh? Charisma.
Or what was? what was
Constitution.
On
Constitution.
for drinking.
I thought you said
So this would be after we all already got the long rest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I shall mark that.
right. Constitution saving throw. Uh, 19 on my con save.
Yeah, you're fine.
Steve's used to heavy drinking.
You probably have maybe like a slight headache, but probably with some of you'll probably go away.
It's ignorable.
Yeah.
More irritable than painful.
Guessing also, since you want to tell them what they find when they each come out of their rooms.
When everyone comes out of the room, outside of Steve's door, there's a little charcoal man that seems to have a sort of picture of. It was a picture shown at a party the day before of the Ugo character. There's a similar statue holding the same picture in front of Otto's door, as well as a little doll next to it, just sitting next to the statue. There's also another doll sitting in front of Phelan's door. Eventually, when Edonia comes out of her room, you'll probably see another sitting on Edonia's shoulder.
All right, above the table, I don't know if anyone else is having an issue, if it's just because I'm an old man, but I can barely make out the voice for Singe.
Do you need to turn them up, maybe?
No, it's kind of like if it's the volume is low, but it's such a high pitch that I'm hearing like every other word. I heard something about a picture and a doll, and then I heard my name. That was all I got out of it.
Is it any better or is it just as bad?
That has a huge echo to it.
All right. I don't remember what else voices work, so I could just bypass it for now.
That's what I'm saying. I want to tell you, if you're using voice mod, I know that when you click on the voice on the right hand side, there should be a thing that says like pitch and volume and stuff like that.
Not so.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what one you were using.
It's one I found Voxel. I can play with it later. But I was saying there's a couple of statues and dolls in front of various people's doors, and whenever you leave your room, I'll probably be sitting on your shoulder or whatever's comfortable.
Probably right shoulder. Wait. Yeah, right shoulder.
Okay.
We'll say, Indonia, as you're sleeping tonight, feel the room just become slowly warmer and warmer. It's almost becoming almost
Like home.
yeah. For most people, you would find this really uncomfortable. For you, it's almost like a hug. And
Num, 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 num.
as you're kind of looking around, noticing this, you notice that part of the wall almost seems to open up, and you see almost, but pretty much almost like full like Elm Street, like the wall almost outward, and you see this simple face for you, bright red eyes.
Dad?
Voice.
Before I said Dad, is that if I've never seen him, I just know him. Neither's okay for everybody.
Hello, Antonia. How goes the
What's
hunt?
happening?
At the current moment, I have information that the target has been within this area. He has been seen. He has been known to have been seen in this area. It's just a matter of pinpointing his location.
I see. When you find him, whether he lives or dies, use this as you'll as you feel the see just these almost like a torrent of flame pull from your hand, and as the flame flicker and then die in your hand, is a small silver amulet.
Alright, small silver amulet.
So add a soul pendant. Sorry.
Pendant. Alright, do what you gotta do. I want to read what this does real quick.
As she continues, use this pendant to question those in your hunt. I will be watching, little one. And then almost that same pulled out portion of the wall almost burns, almost like it burns away, leaving that part of the wall almost covered in ash, scorched. Slowly fades away, or the heat, the warmth in the room slowly dies, and then you sleep for the rest of the night. And find a doll and come down for breakfast with everybody else.
I'm gonna like grab the doll. I'm gonna reach up to my right shoulder where that Singe is sitting there now. Who's that?
Yep.
Alright, so I'm gonna reach the doll up to my right shoulder and say, "Can you put this in my..."
Bag for me, please.
The dolls were in front of everyone else's room, so you should only have me, unless you're taking someone
Oh.
else's.
Well, Late just said something about grab the doll and meet everyone downstairs, so I thought I had a doll.
I guess he's in your room.
Yeah, I came to him in the morning to greet them and ask
Ah.
for a ride.
Okay.
All right, so no doll for me. All right, so we go downstairs.
Is everybody? I take it everybody else is getting up and going downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did we at the previous, so yesterday, did everyone like talk about themselves and background and stuff, or did they just play games?
We just mostly had our fortune dread
Yeah, that was really about it. Then they all went and drank.
and chased the
Gotcha.
old man into a tent.
So no one talked about themselves, so I didn't miss any of that.
No.
I will say, Steve, you do know in the morning that that old man used some kind of spell on you. You're technically charmed, and after the effects were off, you do know you're charmed by him.
I would let the other party members know that that man had charmed me last night when we were questioning him.
Well, that's rather unpleasant.
Do you like 'em older, do you?
Wow. So, what do y'all want to do?
I'm guessing Adonia went downstairs first, so did anyone else interact with those dolls at all, or just they're all just sitting in the hallway up there?
Did Steve have one in front of his door? I didn't know if you. I didn't think you said Steve had one.
Yep.
Oh.
Steve and Otto. Otto had two things. Steve had one. Phalorn had one.
I was the only one who didn't.
Okay. When Steve comes out of his room, if he saw something at his doorway before he left, he would probably pick it up and look at it for a second and put it in his bag and say he'd take a closer look at it later.
Sure.
Taylor probably would have picked it up and then. Well, how big is it?
About the same size as Singe, maybe a little bit smaller.
Phalar still, got a slight fuzz going on in his head, and being quite a heavy sleeper, probably would have picked it up and put it on his shoulder thinking it's you.
It'll be extra limp, but yeah.
What about you?
Because he's
Otto?
not paying full attention because, his mind's elsewhere right now.
Otto would have picked it up too.
Okay, everyone collects them. Cool. Maybe while we're sitting around the table, the doll you have with the doll Phalorn has, I might attempt to use a smoky mage hand to animate it once in a while. Try and keep it just from falling over and stuff.
So I will say the only thing it seems like the next step would be to maybe figure out what the cult was doing, maybe find more information about the relic that you found.
Did we go back to that woman last night and give her husband's ring and
Oh
stuff?
yeah,
Yeah.
I've got the ring.
No.
I say we should probably go meet up.
Wait, no. We did end last Saturday. I said that the last thing I was going to do was go to the woman and give her the ring and give her my sincere apologies and sorrow and everything. I do remember that's how I ended.
Oh yeah. That's right. We just sort of fast forward through the interaction.
Okay. So Steve would ask what would everybody want to do? What should we do about what happened at the farm?
Yeah, what y'all want to do?
Not everybody answer at once. Steve's whole party is just toys that he's talking to.
We should go figure out who they were, right?
Hey, the only info that guy gave you was they are helping someone bring about the Shattered War again.
Should
And that they were calling him the Herald.
Yep.
They wouldn't give an actual name.
Should we also report this to the Arcane Eye? That's a thought.
We could also go to the library or guild in town and see if anybody knows anything about that symbol they had drawn.
True.
Come up with more stuff at the library or guild.
True.
Yeah.
What y'all want to do next is around to the town.
What Antonia's gonna do is she's gonna look at everybody, and she's going to politely say,
I'm going to my room. I forgot something. I'll be right back.
and then she's gonna proceed to go up to her room and get down on the floor in a meditative position in front of the charred wall and attempt to contact the one that she follows.
As you close your eyes and feel that warmth rising again, as the rest of the room you're in almost fade away, before you notice that you're now just almost sitting on a bed of black, almost obsidian rock. As you round, you're almost on this island where you see river, lava around. And you see, as you kind of look around, you see kind of sitting in almost a throne of almost the same material, her legs crossed.
My queen, I do pardon the intrusion, but I do have a couple of questions pertaining to the individual with the cutthroats that I had transferred to you, as if he has, during his questioning and his torture, if he has given any information of the Harbinger or the Shattered War or anything that we could work off of.
You can just ask him yourself. And she waves a hand, and you see almost this large something almost flying from almost left side of the island, almost like from the molten lava, and then just come slamming into the rock, almost ragdolling, rolling towards you, and then stopping. You that same gray skin, black robes, burns almost everywhere. The robes almost like most of it has almost been burned away. He just laying there, almost ragdolled, head turned, eyes turned.
Critter.
He looks down at him and says, "Speak." Told him what you told me. You looks, its head kind of limp as it kind of like flops to one side, staring in your direction. As it says, the Herald seeks to bring about the Shattered War using the Chalice of Unmaking. The Herald. So that's all he told me. He told me I'm to find relics of great divine importance to feed it. Only then can the chalice be used to break the divine barrier that separates us and the gods. With that broken, the gods themselves will be able to enter our world again.
So, Andonia's gonna walk up, kind of straddle over him, and then sit on his chest, and grab him by the scruff of his robe by the neck, and then holding back her strength, he's just gonna punch him in the face, just kind of like a warning punch sort of thing, and then he's gonna look at him.
Who is the Herald?
I don't know who he is. He never shows himself directly to us. He only communicates with his mind. Yeah, you kind of see in like your peripheral vision that she's just kind of like just leaning, like taking pleasure in watching you do this.
That
Gonna do another warning punch, this time directly into his nose.
is his location.
I don't know. He never shows himself. We never meet him. Only thing we know is I was supposed to bring that relic to an old temple of Bahamut in the Deadlands. That's all I know.
You're gonna do one more warning punch.
Why does he want to restart the Shattered War?
He says that with the god fighting among themselves, it'll free us mortals to truly rule over ourselves, less shackled. Divine intervention.
Above table real quick. In this world, Critter is there, right? Because of we're in hell. So I'm assuming he would have some kind of physical manifestation, but here, because of how I perceive him.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna let go of the scruff around the robe in the neck area, so he's just gonna slam down, and then looking over at Critter.
Do you please?
In your imagination, what does Critter actually look like?
Critter looks like Gollum from Lord of the Rings, but is actually, he can talk and has a brain. So he's all slumped over, deformed, hobbit-looking guy, scraggly hair, shreds of rags for clothes. You know, the whole 9 yards, except for he can speak clearly, and he can actually utilize his intelligence.
I think he probably just smiles like sits on top of him and just starts wailing on his face. Just over and over and
And as he's doing that, I'm gonna go to my queen. I'm gonna bow.
Thank you, my queen, for allowing me this experience. It's brought much knowledge to me for further interrogation methods. And I bid you farewell.
Good luck, little one. I'll be watching. As she looks over to this over to what Critter's doing. She kind of motions with his hand as Critter kind of gets up and gets off. As Critter kind of she motions with her hand. Critter kind of gets off and looks down at him and says, "Back to the real fun." And she swipes her hand and she goes flying out upwards and into the lava.
At this point,
I'll say with that, you probably blink, and then that's when you're back in the room.
so I go downstairs to everybody and inform them of what my queen had just informed me of. That there's the specific chalice that they're trying to get their hands on. They need the chalice to break the barrier so that the gods and goddesses can come into our world and pretty much wreak havoc and start a war.
I would say you probably, because of who you serve, know that the only reason the Shattered War stopped is because the gods themselves realize that in this selfish fight, all they were doing was destroying the world they created, those that follow them. And then that's when they decided to withdraw, break the divine barrier that physically separates them, portals that they look that.
All right.
Excuse me.
Oh, and during this time frame that I'm meditating and I'm in the hell or the plane of hell, seventh plane of hell.
Mm-hmm.
Singe was on my shoulder and I forgot about it till now. So he just pretty much sat there as I stared at a charred wall.
Yeah, basically.
I can just imagine Singe like poking me in the eyeball and stuff. And like, hey, yeah, you okay?
He poked your little one and sat down and meditated too.
All right, so I have informed everybody as to what I just did and what information was given to me. At this point, I want to go over to the bartender while they're discussing that.
All right.
And as I walk up to him,
Excuse me, barkeep, but I am inquiring any information on this gentleman.
and then I'll open up the scroll that has Ugo on it.
See, it's that same kind of gruffy looking elderly dwarf who kind of squints his eyes.
He is a wanted man,
Hmm.
and any information you have would be very helpful.
That fella have a name?
Is he asking if he has a name?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
This person on the scroll, he goes by the name of Ugo. He is a very large man, muscular, and pale skin, tattoos. Likes to drink. He uses brute force a lot.
Oh, yeah, there was maybe about a week ago, there was a strange looking pale fella. Said he was looking for some work. Well, tried to. Went over to the Adventurers Guild over there and apparently tried to arm wrestle the guildmaster into giving him some work. Broke the damn fella's arm, and now he's blacklisted. Not gonna get any work there. Beyond that, I don't know. Maybe try over there.
Very much there.
And then for his help, I toss him 1 gold.
Okay. So, what y'all want to do? Let everybody
Well, I
talk
know what
all
I
at
want to
once.
do.
I'd say it would be good for us to head to town and do some search at the library for that symbol and the guild search that symbol, and maybe we can find out more information on Ugo while we're there. What do y'all say?
That sounds like a good idea. I'm not opposed to it. I have my drink and my dagger, so I am ready to go.
If you all don't mind while you're doing your research at the library, I will go, I'm assuming, a couple of doors down to the Mercenaries Guild, and I will try and get my information.
Sounds good, and then we can meet back up and see what we come up with.
Shall we meet back up here? Same table?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Go to city. Y'all can. And also, 'cause I haven't been able to show up a city yet.
Just Yalkin fart noise.
Y'all can.
Steam is still trying to update. It's extracting package right now. It spent a good 10 minutes saying not responding, and I was like, I'm just not gonna click on it. See, there's always that moment when something stops responding, and you have the choice to make between just sitting there and letting it do its thing until it starts responding again, or opening Task Manager to close it, and then risking Task Manager not responding. When Task Manager says it's not responding, then you're screwed.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is a nice looking city.
Welcome to Carnosal.
Oh man, I just saw something. If these is so here in the main city now. I'm assuming it's bustling. There's people around.
Yep.
All right. Is there anything I got to roll, or is my skin because of my clan name and its notoriety and everything? Is it drawing anyone's attention?
I mean, the sun kind of glinting off your skin is definitely getting attention.
Well, I mean, in the whole family name, notoriety, who my parents are, that type of thing.
Well, I mean, I mean, unless your family name is well known enough to just get attention. That I don't know.
So
Because right now I don't have any
Says-
lore set up for Starskin.
it says you know and have met any number of powerful people across the land, and some of them might even remember you. You might be able to wrangle minor assistance from a major figure in the campaign at the DM's discretion. Additionally, common folk treat you with difference in your heritage, and the stories that are told about your parents and yourself might be good for a free meal or a place to sleep or other DM discretion.
Okay.
That's why I was like, well, I don't know, because having celebrity status for my name and then who my parents are and then who my father is. So I don't know if because we're in a big city, it's bustling. If people are like, wait, that type of skin, I know that. It's like I understand people are already gonna be like, oh, sparkly skin, we've never seen this before, but it's more of the notoriety, family name, famous type of thing. If people are like, not everybody, but like there might be certain people, not necessarily now, but at any point in time in the campaign, they're like, hey, that reminds me of something. Where have I seen that before? You know, that type of thing.
Okay.
And then if I decide to name drop my father's name, if I decide I want to start looking for him, then that might, you know, spark people's memories.
Yeah.
It was just a curious question. It's not like I'm gonna utilize it right now to get free shit. I was just wondering if, like, the area that we're in, or even if I go to the Mercenaries Guild, if you know they're gonna be like, oh, I know your name, or oh, I know that skin or something, you know.
Yeah.
It was just a question. Doesn't necessarily have to be now. It's just I'm gonna periodically ask. That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Where is the library located?
I will put a marker right here.
Let's go. Let's
Okay.
try to. All right, let me see if I can. Where he's.
Center.
I hate having different resolutions for all of my monitors, because then if I move my mouse too far, then it's 4 screens over, and.
That is where Steve is heading.
All right, so there. All right, so is my destination near that?
It is next door, literally.
Okay.
It is. This is where the Adventuring Guild is, right here. The literally next door.
All right.
I'm assuming
is-
Otto would be following Steve, helping him.
So Otto is autofiling.
Mhm. No, he's looking for me, helping him.
Okay.
Steve just saw Otto fly past above him.
What?
All right. Someone can drop me at the entrance for the thing. Mercenaries.
Boink, I got you. Look, it's a flying Illrigger.
Butterfly in the sky. Yep, reading Rainbow. Sorry, I'm old.
Yep, there you go.
All right, thank you. So I will let them do their interactions first.
I would come in to the library. Let me lower that down just a hair. I would walk up to the librarian.
You see, it's kind of this, kind of like squat woman, kind of short, kind of brown hair, glasses, kind of flipping through a book, saying, "Can I help you?"
Yes. I was wondering if you have any books about this symbol or symbols like this, and I would pull out a symbol, that symbol.
He kind of like looks at it, saying, "You're talking about the heart, right?"
Yes, the heart.
Oh, yes, I think I recognize that. She kind of like spins around, kind of fingering a bunch of spines of books, pulls out this kind of large kind of tome, like with a large thud, kind of slaps it on the desk and kind of flips through, saying, "Oh yes, this is a symbol of Umbriel, cold hunger. But a very nice guy." And she kind of like spins the book so you can read it.
May I borrow this book and do some reading? Go and sit down at a table and read?
Certainly.
And then before I go, I would pull out that sphere that I have now. And ask her if she has any books about the runes on this or anything about this also.
As she kind of like, yeah, as she kind of like reaches for it. She takes the sphere from you, kind of rotating it, kind of looking for it. Second. As she kind of like, as she like, you notice like as she kind of like turn order, kind of like palming as she here doesn't touch the desk. It just now floating about a couple of inches and is now asleep. Now notice that corners.
Can I do a arcane check on that?
Yes, you can.
That's a 7. What was that thing we got?
You can add a D6 to any attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Okay. Yeah, I'd add the 6 to that arcane check, so 6 plus 7, 13.
You almost immediately sense a divine presence with this orb. It's like not even like just being near it. You just feel this presence around you. You also feel that this presence watching you.
Is Otto in here with me, or is he outside?
I'm in here.
I
Did you
mean,
tell him?
he's nearby enough to see this.
I would lean over or turn to Otto and tell him I can feel a divine presence coming from the sphere, and it seems to be watching me.
Hmm. Can I do like Arcana check?
I would say Arcana or Religion. You want to get an idea of more about the divine nature of it.
Okay. Arcana is fine, right?
Yeah,
That's
Arcana
not
or
higher.
Religion, your choice.
All right. Arcana. Oh. 17.
As he says this, you also feel this presence. It's almost overwhelming at first, but it feels also comforting at the same time. But you also feel that whatever this is, it is watching
I'm sorry, I had to. You're like, you feel this presence, and so I was like,
you.
Does the presence look like it's just watching without any emotion? Like, does it have any other kind of senses that I can get from it?
With a 17. Beyond that,
said-
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
You did say that it feels like comforting, but also like it's watching you. So
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
imagine like it doesn't feel like a menacing being watched. It feels like standing near a town guard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It, it feels like we're just just being watched, but I don't feel any hostility. Do you?
Not that I can sense from it.
It's at this point that the librarian, who's almost completely oblivious to all of us as she's kind of combing through books, kind of turns around, kind of stops, her eyes widening, just staring at this glowing orb now floating above her counter. What in good heavens?
It just started doing that, ma'am.
Is it a scrying orb? Out of character.
Is she like still almost like not taking her eyes off, pulls out the book she had her hand on, just stares at it for just. I would say there's probably like this awkward silence that just fills the room for probably like a minute or so before she like shakes her head, combs through the book, saying, "I recognized a few of these symbols. Especially this one as she kind of points to this almost like carving of what looks like to be a silver dragon. This must be a relic of Bahamut."
Otto would like to take out like a piece of paper or notebook or something and start drawing down the symbols.
Okay.
While Otto is doing that, Steve would ask, "Can we rent these 2 books for the day and return them?
Certainly.
How much will that be?"
$1 billion. Dr. Evil.
He kind of looks at both books and, how long do you reading these books?
At least for today. We may bring them back tomorrow morning, if not next morning.
Say a gold piece. Should do it for both.
That's kind of expensive, wouldn't you say?
These are first editions. These are extremely rare. You're lucky I'm even allowing you to rent these. Normally these aren't available to be rented.
Can I add that D6 again, or is it only a one-time use?
I mean, if you want to roll something else, try and convince her.
I wanted to roll persuasion.
Okay. How do you want to try and persuade her?
Steve would say, if you let us borrow these books for the 2 days, once we find out what this orb is and what it does, we'll bring it back here and tell you and let you write down all our findings of it, and you can publish your own first edition book that could sell greatly.
Roll persuasion. It's a fairly high DC.
Okay, I'm gonna add my +6 to whatever I roll. So 12 plus 6 is 18.
You have to roll a d6. You're not adding 6.
Oh, roll a d6. So 12 plus 6. So 18. I was just calling the number out beforehand. I already knew it was gonna be a 6.
No, he.
That was
It's like, no, you're not
planned.
just adding 6. Yes, I am.
Those dice are loaded. I have it weighted.
Real quick, above the table, late. Were you streaming? Because your stream wasn't live, so I didn't know if you were gonna stream today.
Yeah, he's streaming. I have him pulled up. I have his
Oh.
and mine.
Yeah.
It says you're not. It says you're offline. On mine.
Yeah, he's online.
Maybe refresh?
Hold on.
Oh sure, I say that, and now it says that you're live.
Like a story.
If
So
I end up
last-
getting,
Anyways,
Last like hour has not worked for me. It didn't display nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, it shows I'm live.
Yeah.
I realize that I was a little bit preoccupied, but I was listening to what was going on, so I haven't really had Phalar doing anything this whole time.
So was Phalar just like hanging out in the street, chilling?
He would probably have waited outside of the library for a bit and then stepped inside and just kind of looked around in the books that are reachable by public. Also, listening in to what they're talking about.
Was that 18 enough to persuade her?
18 was the DC.
That is a fairly high DC.
She kind of pauses for a moment and says, "5 silver. Have these."
Deal. Do you have change for a gold?
I do. Kind of like mirrors her eyes of like realizing you was like, wait a minute, if you had the money. But
Hey,
she
it's
did,
not our fault that adventurers get paid purely in gold half the time.
Yeah.
But she just like, it's like you're still holding it out, and she just rolls her eyes, sighs, and then gives you five silver back.
So above table, I kind of feel called out on that without you knowing it, because there's so many times I go to card shops and whatnot, or even like reptile expos, most recent being a reptile expo, and I was looking at a lizard that I wanted, and they had it marked at a certain price, and I knew I had more than that, but then I was like, so is there any leeway on this? And they dropped it down to like $30, so I gave them the $30, but as I was giving them the $30, they can see I've got hundreds of dollars in my wallet.
Yeah, I was gonna say that above table, but late played it out what I was gonna say, so it worked out. All right. I will then give the book about the orb to Otto and say, you know more languages and understand these runes better than I do. You can read this book, and I'll take the one on Umbriel.
Sure.
I'd say, since, Phalar is in the library, just he's pretty much just, kind of skimming. He's picking out books that are in the public space, kind of flipping through them a little and putting them back as he's listening.
Yeah.
When you say that, Steve, he kind of looks over for a moment, puts the book back on a shelf, and he's like, if there's any languages that you do not know, particularly within Infernal, you can ask me as well. I know a few. And then he just goes back to reading.
Sounds good.
He's got Infernal, Abyssal, and Celestial, so...
And Steve, it's like as you reach out toward the orb, orb almost like as you almost extend your hand, almost like it's weird, like as it's floating over your hand, the orb moves itself.
When I reach out and grab the orb, does it do anything?
Remember, you're not actually like physically grabbing. It's like it's floating above your hand, and then when you move your hand, but you feel this like still feel that presence, but you also feel like as a paladin, it's almost like channeling your divine ability.
Steve would say out loud, what a strange little orb this is. And he would look at the Otto and Phalor, be like, well, gentlemen, shall we head back to the tavern and crack open these books?
It does sound like a good idea, yes. And for the record, if I may also participate in your research on this Umbriel, I have a bit of experience with cult activity in my past.
Sounds good.
Meanwhile, over at the Adventurers Guild, he enters
I was
the
about
shop
to
and farts
I
loudly.
was about to say, Pharaoh, that's your cue, and then just...
Meanwhile, it's like the cutscene, like in between two different
Okay,
scenarios.
you saying that just made me think of the, like the, circular explosion towards the screen transition effect included with the fart noise.
Oh yeah. That's what I was thinking too.
I don't know.
All right.
You enter, you see like part of it's a shop, and you as well as the various. When you see kind of like leaning against the wall is this large kind of Goliath figure, short, short kind of brown hair that's almost buzzed into like almost like a buzz kind of mohawk. A heavy scar on the left side of his face. Plate armor. See a sword and shield on his back. He's leaning against the back wall, his arms crossed, watching.
He's the only I see. Only
Yeah.
person.
He's the only one you see.
All right. So I'll walk over to him, and politely, I'm going to say,
Pardon the intrusion, but I am searching for a highly wanted man, and my investigating has brought me to here, as I was told via within the last week has recently visited here.
And then I'll pull the scroll out and unroll it to show Ugo.
Well, we have many wanted individuals here. Is he kind of like still not moving closer, but just like looks at him? Oh, that him. Yeah, he was here. I did practically run him out of field with my sword. What about
Now, I assure you I am nothing of in any sport the same personality or mannerisms as the gentleman I am trying to track down and hunt down. I do understand he tried to force his way into getting work around this establishment. I'm not here looking for work, I'm just simply questioning as to, do you happen to know, did he mention where his next step was going?
like you kind of? It's yeah. I would say you've probably been around enough to where like you can kind of like tell when it was someone who was real like battle hardened, kind of like almost doing like a tactical assessment of you. Like looks you up and down for looks past you,
So
looks past you,
as
or
as he's looking me up and down, if I have to, I will roll for it. But I wanted to, as I'm holding at the current moment the staff because the blade is not out.
yeah.
I just want to kind of give it a flick because he's looking over me, trying to judge my prowess, my battle hardness, and stuff like that. So I kind
Yeah.
of want to give it a flick so that the blade chinks out and then it starts doing the blood dripping.
Okay. It's like his eyes kind of flicker over to it. Kind of see a nod of approval. Well, if you're looking for him, chances are he probably headed east. Probably trying another town, but once something understood, once we're blacklisted from the guild, no other guild will accept you. As he seemed kind of like gesture to like the table where you see there's a small kind of like a like a probably by no more size than probably like a small like almost like roughly shaped red stone. East of Yelnut. Yelnut, I don't care as long as he doesn't cause trouble in my town.
Let's assure that once I have my hands on him, he won't be causing trouble anywhere.
He nods. Alright.
But one last question, by any chance, do you know how long is it to the next town, city to the east? And how long ago did this gentleman leave?
It was about a week ago, so probably got a good head start ahead of you. Takes at least 3 or 4 days. It will take maybe longer depending on if you're walking or horseback.
Learned an infernal teleportation. No, kind of.
Wait,
No,
what?
kind of. What I mean by infernal teleportation is like what I did with the cultist that I sent away. Is I'm just I'm trying to show off to him because he's looking me up, trying to see if I'm battle hardened, that type of thing. So I'm trying to show off.
Okay.
So what I do is just on a little spot on the wall behind me, no bigger than maybe 8 inches across in a circle. I'm just gonna run my finger to create a 8-inch circle, and then have it turn into that fireball. Put my hand in, pull my hand out, and then have it go away.
All right. He get another nod of approval. Well, if you find him, put one through his skull for me. If you'll excuse me,
Then
I got business to attend to. And he kind of like stands up from the wall, kind of turns the back door, closes it behind him.
I was gonna give him something for the help.
Too late.
Well, all right then. Well then, I know. Above table, is there a way just so I can make notes in it that we can put a Indonia text channel just in the Discord, just so I can make notes like he went east and blah blah blah, so I don't have to try to remember for the next week.
I have a player's notes channel.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Cool. All right. So I'm gonna make those notes, and as I'm typing, I'm making my way back to the tavern, not knowing whether or not people are back yet. It's just Oh no, what I'll do is so that red gem that he had there. What I'll do is I'll take it upon myself, since he was drawn to that. I know he's gonna come and look at that later. I'll put 1 gold there.
Okay.
As my thanks to him for his information, and then I'll head to the tavern and I'm gonna make my notes while whoever's doing what.
And if I also want to do anything else, or is everybody heading to the tavern?
I would like to head to the tavern, and when we get there, start looking through the book.
I do want to add. I noticed when my staff turned into the scythe, Singe had in the tailspire that he poked the staff.
Yeah.
Or he poked it, but since it's reactive only to me, would that have some kind, not a damaging effect, but some kind of effect where he poked it and it kind of like gave off a spark or something, since he's not of my family, so it wouldn't have recognized him?
I'll say as Finch pokes it, so that it's slowly dripping blood, almost for like maybe about 10 seconds. That blood becomes before eventually back to that soft drip.
Okay. And then, so as I'm heading back to the tavern, I'm gonna shake the staff, or the scythe, turn it back into the staff, and head on my way over there.
Ready.
I just like your magic.
Back in the tavern.
When Indonia and Singe come back in and join us at the table, Steve would let them know what they found out at the library and what him and Otto plan on doing tonight, looking through these books.
Is when I walk in, is the orb still reacting and whatnot?
It's you see like the orbs just like moves where it's like the orb is now like just floating over your left shoulder, Steve.
Okay.
Is this something I can do religion or arcana on? See if I notice anything.
Yeah. You can roll
All right.
either choice.
Either. I'm a +7 on both, so. 19.
You immediately recognize the symbol of that silver dragon as Bahamut, deity of justice, righteousness. Yeah.
All right. So I'll look.
Very much one of the
Good guy.
prime good.
So I get a bad vibe from it.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, ugh.
I gave something away, but people don't know above table stuff, so.
I'll say,
right, so-
I'll say as you finally realize this, it like sends a shiver down your spine.
All right, so I look at everybody. Is there anything else I notice on there? I have Draconic, Infernal, Thieves' Cant, and Veldican for languages.
The rest you see are like scribed on the rest of the sphere. Is in Draconic is it's just prayers to Bahamut.
Okay. All right, so I turn to Otto and Steve and
So pretty much, the silver dragon on the side of it is Bahamut. And too much of my disgust, he's too a good guy. You see, he's a good deity. He brings blessings and stuff like that. And the rest of what I can make out on there in the Draconic is blessings and prayers to him.
Very interesting.
then just like as she was saying his name, she would like close her eyes and give like this painful like oh as she shakes a little bit just saying his name.
So, of table, if you want a quick descriptor, Tiamat, however you want to say their name, Bahamut is the opposite of Tiamat.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, the five-headed dragon of chaos, the evil one, Bahamut is the one that opposes them.
I think technically in lore, I think they're like related. I think like
Yeah, if I remember
brother
correctly
and
as well,
sister. I think.
when Bahamut shows up in humanoid form, it's usually as a robed sorcerer being followed by canaries. Which makes me curious what the significance of canaries in the lore is. I never looked that far into it.
Steve would like to open up his book on Umbriel and start reading it.
Okay.
What I am going to do is I am going to sit in my corner on the floor, kind of slide the chairs away from me. I'm going to do my meditative state. And just for time purposes, what I'm going to do is when I get to my queen, I'm going to, address her as such, and then inform her that the newest information I have is that the target has traveled east. He left this area 7 days ago. It takes 4 days to get there, and he's trying to find work.
Okay. Steve, as you're reading this, Trying to learning about the cold hunger and how he thrives on chaos. Yeah, just screw portals. Just amusement as feel yourself keep reading. Just reading more. It's like as you're reading, you're almost like white knuckling as you're
Taking all of your might to not destroy this book.
basically. It's like it's odd because never heard of it yet for some reason. Unbridled clothing. Only want find God, kill it.
Ooh, we're killing God this campaign.
I would say the rest of you probably know, like probably like a vein and probably head is just like pulsing, and you definitely see the like white knuckled hand.
Steve, my
I'm
seeking friend, what seems to be the problem?
I was gonna say, I'm assuming except for me,
Yeah.
everyone else sees. Okay.
Um, as Steve is reading and getting angrier, he would be questioning why he feels such hatred coming from reading about this deity. And he would just
It's weird. I would say also you're also in the back of your mind comparing it to your hatred for Klaus, but the anger you feel toward almost it's almost all consuming compared to Klaus.
Steve would, in a fit of rage, slam the book down on the table and flip the table over.
So the book just gets flipped along with the table?
It's more like he slams the book down so hard that the table just flips over.
I was like, oh, what are you doing?
Yeah, I would say definitely like the few patrons that are in here definitely get a few head turns. Bartender is also staring over at you.
It would seem that something within the book has set off a nerve within him.
I do not know.
Do I need to do a concentration or anything during this, since I'm meditating while this is going on?
I'm gonna say no because you're but when this happens, you're already completely tuned out.
Okay.
You're already in hell, talking. So you're not even on this plane.
You're doing the
my
ADHD hyper focus.
My body's here, but nothing else.
Yeah. Something could smack you in the face, and you probably wouldn't.
That could be problematic if a fight starts.
Yeah.
Gets bashed over the head with a glass bottle, just doesn't react. Actually, that might be frightening to whoever did it.
Yeah, probably would be.
What the hell?
After the table is flipped over, Steve would say to him, this Umbriel fella and Klaus, they are connected somehow. And I don't know. Oh, go ahead.
Steve, make it with Dave, because this is could possibly Klaus.
Should I make it at disadvantage because I'm in a fit of rage?
Yeah.
All right, if you fail this, you brought that on yourself. Because you brought it up.
It's a 20.
You're still able to. Steve, not even aware, is able to keep this at bay. But I'll say it's like in this moment of like your rage, still your slip out, or like your vision almost like pulls out a little bit, almost like for about half a second from your body, or slamming back. But that rage is still all consuming. But it's lessening now as you're no longer looking at the book.
Steve would pick up mid-sentence, saying that Umbriel and Klaus are connected. I do not know how or the dots, but we have to find this Klaus. He is somehow working with Umbriel, I believe.
There is perhaps always the possibility that this Klaus fellow was some sort of, well, either servant or roadblock between you and Umbriel, and perhaps at some point in your past, your goal was to go after Umbriel and then Klaus stood in the way.
I can't remember. Everything before 2 years ago is just blank. When I woke up, all I knew from my first memory was Klaus and my hatred for him.
So it is possible that perhaps he was standing in the way of you finding whoever this Umbriel is, and that is where your hatred for him began to grow.
Maybe.
Whether it be a rival adventurer or a servant of this deity.
There's just so many unanswered questions that need more
I'm
answers.
sure as time goes on, we can continue to connect the pieces, and eventually you will have a whole puzzled portrait before you.
I'm sure that is the case also.
I've seen a few in my past before that have lost memories, and I know that that can be difficult. So, if there is anything that we can do to help you with it as you are going along this journey with us, feel free to let us know.
Thank you. Steve would then proceed to pick up the table and set it upright.
Okay.
And wave at the bartender to bring some drinks over.
You see him call over. Everything okay over there?
Yes. Just had a couldn't control my own strength setting down the book.
All right. He kind of motions to a waitress who kind of pours some ales and gives them to her. She brings it over on a tray. Turns down.
I'll give her as a tip 5 silver. To her.
Just to round back out to just gold.
Don't like change.
He kind of takes it and nods and walks away.
Now, Steve, I can tell that you're having a bit of a moment, or would you like something perhaps a little bit stronger to help even out that emotion?
Hold on one.
He's gonna pull what he didn't put in his flasks of the bottle of that wine from the fair out of his pack,
Oh, the demon.
kind of holding it in his hand.
Oh,
Yeah.
the demon blood wine.
Because if you remember, he asked for something strong, so I'm assuming that this stuff is strong. So he's like, Steve, I know you just had a moment. Do you want something a bit stronger than the Tavern's Ale to help with that?
Hold on one second.
He's doing his best to try and offer it. It's one of the few things that he knows how to do.
Although you notice that across the tavern, a figure carrying it.
Can you tell me which one?
Yeah, this dude right here.
Does he look familiar to me in any way, or he just the first time seeing him?
First time you see just like there's a drink behind the almost like there's a drink on the table in front of him, but it's almost like punched together. It's almost leaning, almost in the almost like completely into the drink where it's almost about to spill over. You just like staring at this orb.
Let's
But you see, like, if you go and look and make eye contact, you quickly look.
Well,
And
but
then
all
you're,
the
then you're
nose
when you're looking away, you see back.
I whisper to the table. Do you guys know the guy that's sitting behind that wall? That guy's been looking at the orb for like a while now.
Steve would turn around and take a glance at him.
It's like see that same thing about other stuff. He's leaning. It looks like he's staring at you, but his gaze is shifted.
I would turn back and say, I believe he's looking at this orb that's floating above my shoulder.
I think so.
Is it possible that we're being stalked by the ones that were at the farm?
Maybe.
Maybe
They did say that they needed relics. Do we want to conceal it to pull attention off of us?
Let's see.
I do have a way that we can conceal the orb if we do want to hide it from view in case that is what this person's doing.
Let's say we should
Yo, you want to confront him?
Am I still meditating, or am I waking up at this point?
I would say you come back as they're talking about this.
All right.
I would say as y'all are talking among yourselves, see he shifted and is now moved over here. Weird, because
So-
you didn't see him move. It's like you go talk to the others and somewhere else. Tavern.
All right. So, all right, we see this. So what I'm going to do is, since he moved closer, is while my eyes stay focused on him, is I'll take me and Critter and move one table closer.
Was it turning into a game of chicken? It's like are you like turning to look at him, or are you just focused on the group?
Oh no, well, because you said we noticed that he moved closer. We don't know
Yes.
how, he just suddenly moved closer. So while my eyes are focused on him, I'm just going to walk over to the one table closer. And then my staff, as where it's at right now, because the blade is retracted, I'm going to use that as kind of like to lean up on and just keep staring at him.
Klaus would. I'm like, fuck. Steve. Steve would start walking up too. He would probably mosey on up casually to the fire here. Let's lean against the edge of the fireplace right here.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
Where's the book right now?
Probably unless Steve picked it up, it's probably on the floor.
If it's still on the floor, I'll pick it up and I'll hold on to it. But the orb is still next to us, I'm assuming.
Orb is the orb kind of, you notice, like as Steve moves, the orb's kind of like floats, kind of like probably about 5 or so behind him, and then stops over his left shoulder.
Oh, okay.
It's falling, but there's almost like this about like a 5-second delay.
I see.
And then
The orb doesn't like him.
is it because of what the orb represents and then what I represent? Is there any ill actions or anything happening? Like, am I still get wincy about it, or just like angry about it because it's near me?
I mean, if anything, it's like I would say that natural like heat and warmness around you feels like it's dimmed a little bit. Like it's more like it's like you've gone from like taking a hot shower to almost like a lukewarm.
All right, this doesn't cause any ill effects to me though yet, right?
No, yeah, a little
Okay.
at least not at the moment.
All right, so my eyes are still fixed on the hooded guy.
It's like you see the moment I would say in your peripheral you see the moment Steve shifts, just like he's not even almost like registering that you're there. His gaze immediately shifts over to.
All right, am I able to take some kind of opportunity or something and see if I can't? What I would like to do, let me see if I can do this out for you here. So I'm gonna come here, kind of like in this path, using the people to get up behind them. See if I can do it without him knowing I'm coming up behind him, since his focus is elsewhere.
Roll a stealth check.
Oh god, I'm disadvantaged on that.
Oh,
Nice.
You want to go on to be unnoticed.
Can I sleight of hand myself there? No.
I don't think that works that way.
All right, so since it's already got the red letter D next to my bonus, is it automatically going to roll that disadvantage then?
I don't think so. I think you gotta manually do it. So right click it, click on disadvantage, and then click roll.
8. I didn't know if it would balance out. Like, I got a disadvantage, but it would get an advantage.
You know what? What I'll say instead it'll just be a single roll, not a disadvantage, because his focus is solely
13.
It's like you. I would say you get about here, and you just hear in your head, "Don't try anything funny."
Wait, I'm looking at him, but he's not looking at me when I hear this, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna kind of tilt my head to my right shoulder here, because I know who's there. And I'm gonna kind of whisper,
You want to go for a flight?
What's Sensei?
To be honest, I've totally zoned out.
What happened?
He tried to sneak. He tried to sneak. Didn't go so well. But he's asking you if you want a flight. I think he's
Steve in the area.
I think he wants.
Where did Steve go?
Steve's right here by the fire.
By the fire?
Yeah, that's where his mini is.
What area is this? Okay. You're tucked in there.
Yeah, yeah. It's like you.
Singe might not nod his head a little, but he's not going to speak.
so is that a nod for yes then? In the up and
Yeah.
down fashion? Okay. So I'm going to look in Steve's direction and see if I can't subtle get his attention. Because then what I'm going to do is I'm kind of use my head to tilt towards Singe and then nod it in, slowly nod it in the other direction towards the hooded guy to kind of get his attention to know that's what I plan on doing, is he's going to go that way.
Steve would shake his head yes. Sounds good.
All right, so I measured already. I want to go, it's going to be 30 feet to get to him.
Okay.
So I don't want to all out strength it, because I don't want him to, in the back of my head, I'm like, well, if this guy can just suddenly appear, I don't want him to suddenly disappear and Singe hits the wall. So I want him to go the exact 30 feet to get to him.
Okay. Uh, so you're planning to just what toss Singe over there, or
Yeah, more not. I don't want to all out hurl him. I don't want to go past the 30 feet. I want to use just enough to get him that exact 30 feet so he lands right on him. And I'm not worried if he's going to slam into a wall or some shit.
okay, yeah, go ahead.
All right, what do you want me to do here?
Roll. I'll say you're trying to actually hit him with Singe.
Yep, I want him to get that exact 30 feet. So that 30 feet is where he's going to land. It'll land on the hooded guy.
Okay, roll just on roll the hit with an unarmed strike. Let's get him there.
Okay. 24.
That will do it.
Ooh.
It's like you as throw Singe. Guys, Singe, as you go flying into the air, feel yourself hit something. Like as it's like you see, you notice he hit some kind of arcane field, or looks like one, and then Singe kind of bounces off of it. The Singe you in about like hit him and probably land out. Knock prone.
Fuck that.
It's like as Singe hits, he stands up, chair. Before he finally said, he kind of like almost a kind of Burgage, he almost stands tall, almost proud, and almost this, like confident stance. He's saying, "I don't mean any harm. All I wanted to do talk. Unless that is not what you want to do." As his eyes shift over to you, Adonia.
Indonia's gonna, I guess, use her actual alignment here for the first time, and she's just gonna look at him and kind of tilt to the right, and all while just giving him a straight face and staring at him.
He shows no reaction. Just kind of glance. You see, like most of the patrons are like startled by this. Almost like most of them kind of like grab their drinks and start hurling it out, as if they feel like a fight's about to break out or something. They all kind of move.
Is that gentleman now looking at Andonia and not me?
It's more like he's still scanning the room. It's more like said, unless you don't want to talk, he's like he's more. It's more like a reaction to him throwing Singe, like
Kind of like a passive aggressive thing.
yeah.
Okay.
It's like
It's like, I
So-
mean, I was here to talk, but
So
that's not very
Indonia.
talkative.
So Indonia, she's gonna start this line here, okay? That I just drew at 38 foot. She's
Okay.
gonna start closest to the bar while looking at him, and then she's gonna put her finger down onto that spot. And as she's walking, drawing a line of fire, she's gonna look at him and say, "If you
Wish to talk. This line does not get crossed.
And then she'll stop and go there.
Halo's just sitting at the table, you know, kind of at the ready, but he's like, I don't know if I want to get involved in this one.
Steve would move up to here.
So I'll put it back down so it's
It's just that line right here. Yeah.
yep, that one there.
Let's see how far I am. What if Steve doesn't want to talk? We can get answers later.
Up to you.
I want to know who this guy is.
He's just
He's staring us down.
Yeah.
So,
It can go either way. Depends on what y'all.
who does this guy think he is staring at us?
Steve will.
Like the tension. It's more like. And I think at this point it's more like the tension is there, like almost like the point where you feel like something's gonna come off at any. But it's like nothing is like quite gotten to that.
Steve will. Misty Step. Oh, I keep grabbing the line. 25 feet. Or 20 feet.
Okay. His gaze kind of shifts over to you. He's just standing there.
As he's sitting, Steve would ask him, what do you want to talk about?
That orb you have. It is of interest to the nation.
And what organization would that be?
The Shadow Enclave.
What does the Shadow Enclave want with the sword?
That orb. Those that are after it. That's all at great risk. If I were you, I'd put it back and pretend you never found it. As he now like stands, as he now stands up, where he's sitting in.
Steve will say, well, it's a good thing you're not me. I have no intentions on putting it back.
Firelord is gonna stand and just, you know, kind of with his voice picked up since he's at a distance. He's like, if we were to put it back, then who else would want it? Would just go back and retrieve it, would they not?
That is true. But the leader, he has been, shall I say, he has contacts that are warned him that Vince been in the work for some time, trying to start the war back. I am saying there are far stronger forces at work here. I'm only saying this for your own safety and your own sanity. Then
We have a bit of an opposition to a potential evil that would be after this relic. It would be against us to put it back. Perhaps there's other ways to keep it safe. And then he'll kind of correct himself and be like, that is not for me to decide, though. As you can see, it is not I that is holding it. As he looks to Steve.
I heard the almost K word in there. He's like, as he looks to Steve.
I tell you, that name just rolls off the tongue. Steve would say, if you would like this orb for you and your organization, then you can try and pry it from my dead hands.
At this point, when he says that, Andonia's gonna put down the staff and give it the shake for the blade to come out and the blood to start.
He just laughs. He laughs. Says, well, I tried to.
As Steve finishes saying that, he will cast Infernal Challenge on him.
What's the save for it?
Charisma 13.
I wasn't really expecting this to almost turn into an encounter, but uh, 13. You said
Yes.
he succeeded.
Okay.
Kind of feels it. Is he like up? Is he's going to say, very well. Have it. See air almost as looks like his form almost lights in on itself in a shit. As right behind you and yeah.
We have to have a tally now for how many times you're going to use that in this campaign.
Oh my gosh, that's right behind him and he does that.
That
Please make that in
roll
character.
initiative.
I thought he was.
Really?
I thought he was gonna disappear. So I already had my finger on the button for the fart noise because I thought he was just gonna leave, and I was gonna have Adonia say, "Man, that guy was a," and then fart.
I'd say,
Oh wait, I can use this now. That's a fight start noise.
Ah.
All right, so initiative.
Are we rolling? Oh my god, we're actually rolling initiative.
So,
Oh my! Hey, I got double digits this time.
Got 12.
is Steve gonna channel Jack here? I see a fireplace burning. Anybody got any bedrolls on them?
Bedrolls?
And a shovel?
What?
We're in a tavern.
Why would we have a shovel?
Know what Jack did with a shovel? and a bedroll?
Hello, D&D Beyond. There we go. I only had to press it 4 times.
7 on my initiative.
Oh,
Hey, just go backwards from the dice rolling, and it goes in order: 16, 14, 12, 10, 7.
oh, it does. It's funny too because that means that it's the opposite of the order that we actually hit the button in. Huh, maybe the trick to getting high initiative is to be the last person to roll.
Maybe.
Well, unfortunately, he rolled a natural 20 on his initiative.
Oh?
Ooh, I might get to try out some of my tricks that
Yeah.
Late knows what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I'd say speaking of actually, because, Phalar's just been kind of lax. When he sees the guy appear behind one of his party members, he probably immediately jolts up with his dagger drawn, and then the kind of like purple phasey stuff gets like a red hue to it.
I think I pushed that button too much. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
I still think it's funny. There's just 2 between each of y'all initiative, except for
You had to break the pattern.
Otto and Antonia. Then last, Steve. So here. Make 2 dagger attacks against you. Yeah. Uh, 20 to hit.
That one does.
And 22 to hit.
That one doesn't. The 20 hits, but the higher one doesn't.
Roll it in. Hailspire, cause my D8s are. Oh no. That is 20 points of psychic damage on the first.
Oh.
20?
Yep. I rolled double 8s on the D8s.
Oh my god.
And second
I
attack.
was about to say there ain't no way that that's his average damage because I know you're trying to kill us, but still. And I was like, oh no, you just rolled max.
And 18 on the second.
God.
18 on the second?
He did try to warn you.
Yeah, if you want to put a red ring around me.
I'll say it's like as he withdraws the second dagger, he whispers in your ear, all I said I did talk. You brought this on yourselves.
Oh, oh no.
And let's see. Bonus action. Yeah, that's the end of his turn. The Fail, you see him appear behind Adonia. Almost don't even see weapons. Almost
He's
like
making like stabby motions, and it's just kind of hitting
yeah, and you just see
like psionic force.
yeah, you see him like almost like do like 2 taps on his back, and you just see Adonia already looks heavily hurt.
I would like to add when he withdraws the daggers out of me, there'd be a little like puff flame.
Well, let's say like where these small like strange psionic punctures are. There's like maybe a trail of smoke.
I'd say
Psionics wasn't supposed to leave any holes or marks.
So I'm from who I follow, 7th level of hell. So it's going to be imbued in me or imbued in me. So that's where the smokiness is coming from. Is when he hits me and pulls the dagger out, it would leave the little smoky flame trail for a brief moment because it's in me.
kind of like the impact
Yeah.
is making you smoke, like striking flint.
All right, Fail.
So anyways,
what do you want to do?
because Phalar sees the psionic thing happen, and immediately, because of, as he reacted when we were fighting the floaty guy, seeing him do psionics as well. Like I said, he immediately sternly stands up from his chair, stomps his foot forward, draws his dagger, and I'll say it a little bit differently. The eye socket on the purple glowy side of him has kind of crimson veins coming out from it among the glow.
Okay.
As he stares him down. He's within 60 feet of me, right?
Sure, I have an idea of what you're about to do, but yes, about 32 feet away.
Yeah, Phalar is mad because he's like, God damn it, is this another cult situation? He's just tired of dealing with it. So, I'm going to try and evil eye him. I'm just gazing him down. DC 14 Charisma. That is a bonus action as well, so.
Failure.
All right. So, you see the vein, the crimson vein flare up from that side of him, and then there's sort of a whisper in the air as a flash of red kind of marks over the guy for a moment. As I'm just staring him down, he probably feels like that impending doom feeling come over him for a moment.
Yeah.
As I stare at him.
I would say it's like as it hits him, you see him kind of look over. Kind of acknowledging that you did something.
He just knows that me staring at him is giving him this feeling, and he's like, what did you just do? So let me quickly check this, because this is new to me, I need just a moment. So how close is he to me?
He's about 30-ish feet.
So I would probably be able to move to him?
Yep, I would say so. Is that the plan?
All right.
Move?
Yeah. I'll move out of his melee range, but still close to him. Because I'm not going to be attacking him, I'm going to be using my action to activate my thing.
So where do you want to move? Where do you want to move?
Probably opposite from Indonia to him. So that I'm
now
out of his reach.
So now within Meadow, but maybe by the fireplace?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm still out of his range, but I'm very close to him now.
Okay.
So I marked him with the eye. So as an action, I'm going to spend 2 Jinx points and trigger Curse of the Fearful.
Remind me, what does that do again? He has a thing that makes him afraid of you?
Yeah, he's frightened for 1 minute, and there's no save on initial trigger. It just removes the evil eye from him, but he can make the save to get rid of it on the end of each of his turns.
Okay.
So pretty much, he feels that sense of something wrong, and then I walk up to him, and I'd probably imagine the way that it happens is that when I trigger the Curse of the Fearful, he just gets like a flash of things that I've done in my past in his mind.
He sees flashes of like, yeah, he sees flashes of like,
Yeah, like just the things that Phalar has done in his past.
flashes of
For a moment.
pandemonium, flashes of Vecna,
Yeah.
flashes of.
As he just sees this ghostly man walking towards him.
It's like you definitely tell his stance goes from being like confident, like, "Ha, I got this," to kind of like, "Wow." His eye,
Like he's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna let everybody know. I won't take so long to do that in the future. It's just since that's my first time doing that, I wanted to give everyone a visual of how that looks.
Yeah, I made a.
It's
I
some little voodoo jinx stuff that I can do because we kind of put a little bit of a different subclass into the Phantom class to kind of fit my background.
We can sort of combine the Grim Hollow Misfortune Bringer and Phantom together.
Yeah, so when I use my evil eye, my one eye has like a crimson vein thing going on, and I can do like curses and stuff, but I'm very limited in what I can actually do right now. Pretty much, I've just made him frightened for a minute. That burns my action to do that as well, so that's my action and bonus action.
Okay.
So I'm just standing there menacingly.
Okay. Into your turn, he's going to use a legendary action, attack Anonia. 16 to hit.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Wow, horrible roll. You take 7 points of psychic damage. I rolled a 1 and a 2. It's well, actually, no, wait, hold on, because actually, hold on, don't add that damage yet, because it would be actually be a disadvantage because of the fear.
Yep.
So that would instead be a 13 to hit.
Miss.
Okay. You can reverse the damage. Last it from the.
I did.
Okay.
Once I get to you, Adonia, I'm gonna heal you.
I'll say the very last thing is you. He. It's like as that tick listen, you happen to like swat his arm out of the way with your scythe. Okay, never mind. Singe.
Doing their best impression of a doll recently thrown.
Okay. That's it.
Yep.
Okay. Otto, what do you want to do?
All right.
Wait, I missed. What did Singe do?
He's still just sitting on the floor.
Acting like a doll.
Yep. He's not doing anything.
I'll move over here. And cast Eldritch Blast.
All right. Roll to hit.
All right, first one is 27.
That hits.
The second one is not 20. Hold on, let me do the first one first.
So wait, that first one was a net 20?
The first one wasn't. The first one was just 19 plus whatever plus
Okay.
to hit. Yeah, the first one it will be 20 damage,
Way to go.
Oh.
and then the second one
The second one is
Just
20. Wait,
remember
Oh.
change one of the numbers to max damage. So it's a
So you have-
it's
25.
okay. Oh, heavy hit.
wait, hold on.
That's 45,
So it's-
45 damage just with those two attacks.
So the second one you rolled an 8. So the second one you rolled an 8 and a 10. The 10's already a max damage, so the 8, because of the crit, becomes a max damage. Therefore, it's 25.
Okay.
Next, remember, Late's rule is that one of the dice becomes max.
Yep.
I see. So
Now, what would have
45.
happened if what would have happened if he would have rolled a 10 and a 10 plus his 5? Because if he would have already rolled max damage, how would that play with the crit?
As the rules overriding the old die anyway.
Yeah.
Would have been the same.
Yeah. But it's still
It's kind of I guess it's kind of the same as like when you get temp HP, it just overlays your other temp HP.
Yep.
It's like I got a 10, now I replace it with a 10.
Yeah.
Good job, Otto.
Mm-hmm.
That's your action. Anything you want to do with your bonus action?
Nah, it's fine. That's it.
All right, Antonia.
All right, give me a second here. I gotta read one of.
It's like bright early in the morning. Or is it midday now?
Yeah. This is happening probably like ish. So this is like full daylight.
I see.
See here. All right, so my first action is gonna be. All right, I'm gonna swing my scythe at him.
All right.
Oh fuck, 12 to hit.
That misses.
All right, fine. I am vampiric touching on him.
All right.
$14 to hit.
Misses.
Son of a bitch.
Just swipes your hand away. Yeah, that's your
Nope.
action.
All right. Let's see here. Well, I'm going to use as a bonus action invoke hell embolden and give myself 25 hit points.
Okay.
Is that temp HP or?
Oh no, that heals me.
Okay.
So you can take the red ring off of me now.
Okay.
Don't know how long that's gonna stay that way, but
I got something
um,
on my turn, so that's okay.
that I think. Let me make sure. That's an action. That's no action.
I
If
think
I attack.
invoking hell be a bonus action.
Yeah, that was my bonus. I'm looking at my stuff that says no action to see if it's anything that I can do.
Yeah, I don't think you can put a seal because you action didn't hit into head.
And I forgot about a special feat that I have. I could have added a D6 to any of my rolls to hit. Oh, yep. Well, I can't do that then.
Yeah, too late.
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right, Steve.
All right. Steve is going to come up 25 feet.
All right.
And before I swing to attack, I will, where is it? Use a channel divinity point to get an attack advantage on him.
I mean, you would have it anyway because of flanking, but
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then.
okay.
Yeah, he's got 3 around him.
I won't waste divinity point then. So I will swing to attack at advantage.
I'll be right back. I gotta go take my meds.
22 to hit.
That hits.
For the first one. So that will be 7 points of slashing damage.
All right.
And then I would swing again for my second attack at advantage. That's 17 to hit.
Hits.
9 slashing damage.
All right.
And then as a bonus action, I will do lay on hands, Edonia, and heal for 25.
Before you do that, I am only down 13 right now.
Okay, well I'll heal 13 then.
Okay. I didn't want you to just like waste it.
Okay. And
Cool. I'm at max now.
that will be my turn. He will have stat on him now. So I hit him with that, so he'll have disadvantage on his next attack roll until the start of my next turn. And since I'm within 10 feet of 2 allies, the allies within 10 feet of me get a +2 to their AC standing next to me from my item I have.
I think also +1 from on saves, right? I thought it was a plus to saves. I think not AC.
Let's see. Yeah, it's a plus to AC. I meant saves, +1 to saves.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
I
It
looking
gives out an
at?
aura of protection.
What was
I think the +2 AC is from
Oh, Shield of Faith.
Infernal Challenge.
Shield of Faith also. That's what it does. I could have used that as an action. A bonus action, but it's alright. I've already used it. So that would be my turn.
So I'm not sure who burped earlier, but I see you burp and raise you up. Because when I went to take my med, someone burped. That's the first thing I thought of.
He is going to...
A reminder, he gets to make that DC 14 charisma save at the end of his turn.
If he's frightened, doesn't he have to move away from you on his turn? Or did they change?
It's baseline frightened, because I know that sometimes things dictate differences. I'm not sure what baseline frightened for 5.5 is.
Yeah, I don't unless it's changed.
Frightened condition experience following effects. Disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of fear is within line of sight. You can't willingly.
You can't William Defoe.
You can't willingly what?
He was so frightened he couldn't finish speaking.
That's why I said William Defoe.
I did, so I didn't know what that was heard, and then I come back and the first thing that I hear is William Defoe. So yeah, it just means he disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls, and he can't willingly move closer to me.
Okay, he is good.
Baseline fear is. You aren't wrong though, Van. There are some, monsters and stuff out there that do specify you have to move away from them when feared, but baseline frightened is just you can't move closer.
Okay, all of you within range. On you see as he kind of, his eyes kind of wide, pulls in his eyes and vanish, and all of you hear these whispers in the, almost like the peripherals of your mind that begin louder and louder and almost turn like scream. I need all of you to make intelligence saving throw.
Curious question. Would this be the same type of scream or anything that I would have heard being in hell? Would I have any type of bonus or anything to that, like a +1 or something?
No, this is more like a psychic scream.
Okay. So just intelligence?
Yep.
Alright, let's see. Intelligence saving throw.
I got 16.
That's a 24.
That's a 11, but I'm gonna use that D6 I have and roll it.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
I
yes.
I couldn't
So
I
that's
couldn't
a
contain the
16.
energy there.
I got a 16.
So
Intelligence saving
hold on,
throws were
hold
my
on.
kryptonite last campaign.
Hold on a second here. Okay, so it says it takes no action for me to use something. Does that mean
hold
I can do
on.
it off of my turn?
Hold on. All of you take 9 points of psychic damage.
Well, that's why I was asking, because it might change people's rolls.
No, because this is because of an ability from his. I
Yeah,
mean,
'cause-
everybody succeeded, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Yeah, because, well, for future reference, because Invoke Hell Vitalize says it takes no reaction to me. And it's for 1 minute, each creature of my choice within 30 feet gains a bonus to ability checks equal to my proficiency, which is +3.
That's ability checks, not saving.
Okay. So that would be
So in the situation,
sleight of hand, religion, stuff like that.
yeah. So
Okay.
in
I
a
think
situation like
that
this,
would
it would
be
that would be more helpful for like,
The orb.
the or role playing, trying to figure stuff out, that kind of stuff.
All right. So
I
you
would
said
say
9?
I'd say actively in combat.
I think
Not
it does also count for raw ability checks as well. Like if you're just like, give me an intelligence check instead of an intelligence save, I think it counts there as well.
Yep, so we took 9
But
points
these are
of
saves, so
psychic.
Yeah, nine,
Alright.
9 points of psychic damage.
All right. Got it.
And nobody's stunned, so that's good.
go ahead.
And action. Still has the fear on it because he failed. I don't know what the DC is, but
DC 14 Wisdom save apparently.
yeah, that's a failure with a 3.
It's interesting that the evil eye itself is charisma, but the thing is wisdom.
Yeah, all I did was I just copied and pasted it from what.
I know, it's interesting. I've never seen like, the double standard for what your save is before.
He's going to lean in and whisper something in your ear, Adonia. Are you gonna try and pull away and stop him from doing it, or?
All right. If he does whisper it, it's good. Are you gonna send it in a DM?
Yeah.
I'll be on guard, but I'll let him do it.
Okay. He-
Otto did massive amounts of damage.
As he pulls away, he's gonna use bonus action to disengage.
Would I get an opportunity of attack?
See, it's disengaged, so no.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna say if when he asked that, my response to him backing off and then
He makes it bow to the door.
and then he wanted to take an attack. I was just gonna take my scythe and put it in front of him to kind of stop him.
Wait, stop him from running away?
No, stop him from trying to attack him. Because he said he wanted to attack or wanted to know if that was going to be an opportunity to attack. I was just going to put my scythe in front of him to stop him.
Okay. But yeah, you definitely feel that thing in your pocket as he pulled away from the whisper and then walks away, runs away.
As he's leaving, are we still in initiative or are we?
I
reaction.
would say, at the moment it's almost like at a pause.
Because what I wanted.
But you definitely sees, like, as he said that to you.
Because as he's turning to leave, I wanted to do Invoke Hell and Bolden and heal 25 hit points of him. Of the 45 he took from Otto.
Okay.
Because it says I can use it on myself or other creatures within 30 feet of me. So as he's turning to leave, I want to do it.
Okay, yeah. I'll say it's like as he feels it, he kind of goes to the door, kind of turns, looks, makes eye contact with you, kind of gives you a nod. He vanishes.
Huh?
I'm sure people are going to have questions as to what I just did.
Yes, we do.
All right. Combat is over.
Just combat ends. Valar's stance softens significantly back to, instead of being arched over, he's, back to his standard, and the little pulsating thing going on in his eye socket is gone. He just shakes his head a little bit and he just goes, I haven't used power like that in a very long time.
Where did he go?
Yes, actually, Antonia, that might be something to ask. Did you...
I'm going to... I hear them talking amongst themselves and then trying to address me, but I'm going to come up to this little fire bowl or fire pit, so that my back is to everybody. And if you want to DM it to me, you can. Late, I'm gonna look at what's in my pocket
Okay.
and kind of using the fire here to give me some light so I can see what I'm looking at. Man, it must be something important. Taking a little bit to message me here.
Yep.
While that's going on, Phalar looking to the other party members, and then, acknowledging that Andonia is kind of doing something, is just going to be like, I do hope that my use of that kind of power isn't frowned upon in this group. I promise that I intend to use it for good, even if it has a bad source. He's just assuming that you know what he did, even if you don't. Now, I'm kind of curious if any of the other party members would be familiar with what he did and understand that he put a curse on the person temporarily.
What kind of?
That's what the reason that the guy was frightened is because Phalar used a jinx to put a curse on him to make him scared of him.
I responded to you late.
So pretty much
Yes.
Phalar is saying that he hopes that himself using that kind of magic isn't going to be a problem with the party because he intends to use it only for good. He's just assuming that you guys know what he did because he's familiar with it.
Okay.
I don't know if Singe
Okay.
is even facing the right direction to see the fight.
Nope. You were just staring at a wall the entire time. You probably heard probably several groans and
Some stabbing sounds, a little bit of like psychic
Ugh!
wooing
Yeah.
sounds and stuff, and then
Yeah.
like a little bit of chanting, probably whispers from me activating the evil eye.
Yes, I'll say
All
probably
right.
whether or not you
Probably
want
some silhouettes on the wall from the fireplace, but
So Donia's gonna turn after putting it back in her pocket, and she's gonna look at everybody with urgency on her face, and she's gonna say,
I must return to my room. Do not follow. I will return.
and she's gonna start heading for her room.
Okay.
And then go to the room, meditate, looking at the singe mark on the wall, and contacting her queen.
so much can happen in one tavern.
It's probably by this point, like the bartender is like, you probably see like the very top of the bartender's head, almost like out.
Oh, as Andonia is walking to her room, which direction are we going here? Is she like going this way, or is it more of?
The stairs upstairs are this way, or right here.
Okay, so as she's heading that way, I am assuming this is where he is, right?
Yeah.
Bartender.
Yeah.
All right. So as she passes him, she's gonna flick a gold piece onto the countertop in front of him and say, "For your troubles," as she's storming her way to the stairs.
As you're doing that, Phalar kind of looks around awkwardly and he's like, "Oh, yes, that we are sorry. We did not want to cause a scene."
Yeah, like you see, like at the other end, like all the other, like all the other tenants are like hiding under the tables and they're just now kind of like peeking out now that like the silence is kind of like come over the tavern.
He kind of looks over to Steve and he's just like, "Steve, you're a good fellow, right? Maybe try to calm their nerves while Endonia is up to what they're doing." He'd rather somebody that, actually looks good try to calm down the tavern people. I mean, we don't actually have to dialogue that if you don't want to. It can just be something that's going on in the background while
I'm trying to
Endonia's
think.
doing the thing. Just because I don't think that the tavern goers would be very, consoled if a man missing half of his body is like, everything's fine.
I mean, yeah, that can just be something in the background if that's what Steve wants to do.
Yeah,
Calming emotions.
Yeah, you don't have to dialogue it if you don't want to.
Yeah, I guess Steve will. I was going to go the opposite way, but I couldn't think of what to say. So yeah, Steve will just calm their emotions.
And then we can just go ahead and see what Endonia's up to. Well, we don't see it, but
Meanwhile,
the camera crew sees it.
it's like it's scenes before it gets warmer and eventually you blink and you're down that same almost like molten lava island. Just sitting there in her stone obsidian throne, legs crossed, kind of flipping through a book, looking kind of bored.
All right, so what I'll do is, in an urgent and kind of like a storming manner, is I'll go up to my usual spot. I'll do my bow. I'll address her. My queen.
Sorry for the intrusion and the urgency on this, but I need to know if you have any information on the name of Xanthus Troy.
I'll be right back.
She kind of like pulls the book up in the ear and kind of lets go and kind of there and looks over at you. Send destroy. I haven't heard that name in a while. Here.
Hey, late, real quick before you continue. You're using voice mod, right?
Yeah, I am.
On your voice, does it have underneath pitch where it has like different names for sound effects? Like mine says dungeons, and then another one says dragon.
Yeah.
One of those is making it so there's like a wind noise or something in the background of your voice, and it's over your voice.
There's pitch, dragons, and dungeon. That's it. I have the background music off, so I don't know.
Yeah, because like with mine, if I
turn my on here, I can like turn up dragons for this effect. And then I can take dungeon and turn that up and I'll do this effect.
so I don't know if one of them might be causing the wind effect.
Is this better?
Yes, I can hear you a lot better. Thank you.
It might also partially be because it might be if it's one of the AI enhanced voices, it might, just be a byproduct of AI being AI.
All right, sorry. You said you haven't heard that name in a long time.
Yes, he's an interesting fellow. He's been obsessed quite a while. I've seen him have great disdain for us. He says he wants to start the war. Apparently to get us off his back. Whatever that may be.
Glimmer Queen, I have recently done battle with someone who works in a group that I believe he is in command of. The person we were in battle with left battle and handed me corresponding letters between the leader of their group and Xanthus Troy, who is being referred to as the Herald.
Ah, I see. Well, what is the name of this little group he leads?
We didn't get that name, did we?
He did say it. It's the Shadow Enclave.
Oh, okay.
Referred to his group that he's a member of as the Shadow Enclave.
Oh, I've been seeing them. They're a group of thieves, assassins. They like being all shadowy and sneaky. It's entertaining. But if he is working with them, most likely they are helping him acquire relics.
Yes, at the current moment, there is a cultist group that is looking for relics, as well as he is searching for a chalice.
A chalice? What is this chalice?
The chalice has been referred to as being able to break the barrier to let the gods and goddesses enter our world.
As you see this, you see her like very relaxed state immediately shift to being very serious. She almost feels in this moment almost 10, 11, 12, almost 14 or feet higher. You see her just almost in this moment exhibiting her full power in her domain. And it's like in this moment this is when probably you feel the most small and insignificant as she's standing over you. She says, "The chalice of unmaking must be found. Do it."
My queen, I assume the priority of finding the chalice overthrows my previous target.
Yes.
And if on the way for searching for the chalice, I have happened upon my target. Two birds with one stone.
Yes.
Alright, my queen, you will be done.
I cannot stress enough. That chalice must be found. Bring it to me. As she says this, you're suddenly back in.
Alright, so I'm gonna head downstairs. And then where am I at here? Here I am. Alright. And then I'm gonna go to the first table that I get to, which is gonna be this one. And then I don't know if people or the rest of the party sees me coming down, but I know is this Steve in front of me? Or is that Otto? No, it's Steve in front of me on the other side of the table. His back is to me. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the notes or the letters out of my pocket and open palm. I'm slamming them right down into the table. Get people's attention.
Where are you?
I am. Yep, right there.
Okay. All right. Otto's at the table.
I don't know if Steve has a response. Did he himself?
Steve would just remain silent and listen.
Then we got Phalar, who muted himself.
I was AFK, so I didn't quite catch
Oh.
the last bit. I said I was gonna be right back.
I came back down the stairs and pretty much shoved my way through, got to the first table, slammed the letters down. I mean, you guys don't know what they are, but I slammed it down onto the table. And then Otto moved over to me. Steve is quiet but turned around. And then we have Singe and Phalor. We're waiting to see what you guys do.
So you probably slammed those down enough for it to be audible.
Yep.
So, Phalar being on edge all the time kind of startles a little, and then he looks over and he's like, What? What is it?
And then I'm going to realize a certain aspect of somebody. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to stand Singe upright. I'm going to put him over here next to me on the table. Gently. I'm not going to slam him down.
All right, everybody. I just had a meeting with my queen, the one I serve. The papers that I have put on the table before you were corresponding letters back and forth between the leader of
I lost the damn name again.
Shadow Enclave.
Shadow Enclave. Leader of the
Shadow Enclave and a person by the name of Xantus Troy. I've conferred with my queen. Xantus Troy is the real name of the herald who is searching for these relics and a chalice. The chalice of which, if he gets his hands on, will destroy the barrier, allowing the gods and goddesses to re-enter our world. Utmost importance is recovering the chalice so I can deliver it to my queen so she can destroy it.
You would also know that that same barrier also prevents your queen from also interacting with the mortal world. It's not just for gods; it's for everybody in the hells too.
Oh, I know. I'm playing my my alignment.
Yeah.
That's why. I mean, no one else knows that she just wants the chalice. I told everyone she wanted to destroy it.
Yeah.
Do you know where we should start looking for this so-called chalice?
That's something I could roll on to see if I innately know.
I would say based on the information y'all have it now, probably your best lead was that temple that that guy told you about, where he was supposed to deliver it. That if you want to start searching, that's probably your best bet.
Is it Donya gonna tell that to the rest of the group?
Hello?
Oh, I think that was a publicly known thing, wasn't it? That
No,
we all know, or
no. That was what the guy told you in hell. So
I might
only
have.
you know it.
Okay, so yeah, she'll infer that information to them.
If you basically to recap it in case you forgot, basically
Yeah, I sidestepped that part. I listened to the rest of what he said. Or I immediately listened to it all, but I like in one ear and out the other on that piece. I knew about the chalice and all the other stuff he talked about.
but basically that relic from the farm, he was supposed to deliver it to a ruined temple in the Deadlands.
Why does everything go with the Deadlands?
Because it's all surrounding the gods, and that's the place where they fought.
Yes,
It's the one region of my world that's the most scarred from that fight, and it's where the veil's the thinnest.
Yes, I will give them the information that. Let me think here. Questioning, quote unquote, the guy that I sent to hell. He revealed that he was supposed to deliver the orb to a ruined temple. So I give them all that information.
All right.
Of course, another holy site or unholy site. It's always such things. It seems that we are not going to be getting this cultic force off of our backs anytime soon.
So, should we rest up, gather some supplies, chart a wagon, and then rest for the day and head out in the morning?
That'd be next session.
Yep. Because from on horseback, it's gonna take you well over a week to get there.
We might have to raise some money to see if we can get faster transport. Do some adventurous errands for people.
Yeah, we may have to put that on the back burner until we can get some money up.
Because, you know, our main priority should be to deal with this whole chalice thing, but we're going to need to actually be able to get there.
You guys, if you look at the world map, you see where Nasala is and where their Deadlands are. It's quite a journey.
If I recall, without looking at the map, I'm pretty sure that the Deadlands are like bottom center of the world.
Yep, basically.
I'm trying to remember where
At
the
least
map
that's where the
was.
spirally area is.
Trying to remember what channel the map was in.
World Anvil.
If you go to general, go to pinned. That's where he pinned all the stuff when we had to change servers. So you should see one that has a link to my world stuff on World Anvil.
Let's see, yearly calendar. That's a player handbook. Trying to find it. Oh, okay, yeah, it pops up yearly calendar for some reason.
No,
Yeah, it says yearly calendar.
No, there's a link in there somewhere.
It should be
Yeah,
connected to the calendar as well.
Yeah, I clicked on the link that you just posted, and it just gives me a calendar. There isn't anything there. And then the ones that are pinned for World Anvil, one is the yearly calendar, and then the other one just says Eldoria. When I click on that one, it takes me to a player handbook. All right, there's the map. It's in the player
Calendar,
handbook.
Okay.
Okay, so what am I looking for? All right, so there's Deadlands. Where are we at?
On the south.
The bottom west.
All right, bottom left. Yep. Okay.
It's where like the swirly land is.
All right, I see it.
Mostly because of that mountain, having to navigate on that mountain range. It's what's going to kill the most time.
Indonia is going to go up to the barkeep.
All right.
And she's going to... I'm going to do this without the voice thingy here. She's going to kind of motion with her finger for the barkeep to come closer as she leans in. And then she's going to ask, pretty much in, a polite and calm manner, she's going to ask, her and her party need passage to the Badlands.
Deadlands.
Or Deadlands, sorry. Deadlands. And if she says the clan name of Starskin or she drops her father's name, would that help in any way with our gaining transportation?
A barkeeper?
No. Like if he would have information based on knowing the clan of Starskin being the famous parents and then my actual father's name, if any of those would ring a bell to him, to then he would be able to give us some knowledge as to where we could get some kind of transportation that might be faster than horseback.
Oh, like see if he might know of any like family partners to you.
Or if anyone in the city is magic user, can get us a portal, if the names help. Kind of like instead of bribing him, it's more of, here's who my parents are, here's who my dad is. Does that help you jog your memory in any way of getting us some transportation to the Deadlands?
He kind of like, finally kind of like slowly nodding, remember the tales, and says, well, I mean, Blackwood's kind of helped your father and your father's party back in the day, but they were trying to stop the Archlich. I don't know, maybe they could help.
Yeah, Indonia will just give him a nod, and then she'll ask, where in the city would Blackwood be residing right now?
As far as I know, he's up there in Vale. I think he is I think last I heard he is a country estate somewhere outside town. Not sure if he really lives there anymore, but worth a shot, I guess.
and she'll nod again and give him sincere thank you. Then she'll head back to the table. She'll inform the party that she may have a lead on an alternate form of transportation, and she would like to follow up on it.
Do you
What do you have?
What'd you say?
do you drop a name at all, or of who could help, or no?
Not yet.
Okay.
I mean, they don't even know my dad's name, so.
That's why I said, well, what might you have?
Well, if the gentleman is willing to help, we might have air travel.
Is this someone that is reputable, if you know their name?
They've helped my family in the past.
Kind of looks to the other party members and he's like, so, what about the rest of you?
It's worth a try.
Yeah.
I suppose if the others are willing, then I am too. I'd rather travel with than alone.
Now, above table, is this something for the travel and talking with Blackwood, something we could squeeze in right now, or should we wait till next week?
I'm fine with either.
I mean, it depends on how late y'all want to go. That's up to y'all.
Because I know I took my meds, I'm feeling them, but they're not quite fully hit me yet.
Same time, I don't know how good of an idea it is to fight sleep meds.
I'm fine for whatever if y'all want to keep going.
It's like the thing of, we could always, like, end here and then make the next session heading off for Blackwood.
Is that the same Blackwood?
Oh, someone wasn't paying attention. Mentioning Blackwood is over the, above the table. You guys don't know the name.
Yeah, he hasn't actually said the name yet to us. He just said that he has somebody that has helped his family in the past that could get us air travel. And then everybody else was like, well, we could give it a try. And then I was like, well, I don't want to travel alone, so I'll just come along too.
Oh, I got that part.
I mean, it'd be obvious who this is probably pointing to.
Yeah.
You remember last campaign?
Now-
You should know the name.
Now, me saying, they've helped my family in the past, and the possibility of air travel, does that hit Steve at all? Does that trigger anything?
If the last name wasn't said, I don't believe it would.
Yeah, I think it would if it,
I mean,
the
well,
last
not-
name the last name is what would trigger something.
Well, I wasn't saying like anything big, but just the mention of air travel. He's traveled by air through this person before. I didn't know if it would trigger something like, hey, I've been on one of these machines before, something like that.
Oh, that would be kind of interesting or kind of funny. Or she's like, I've flown in an airship before, and then you just stare at yourself like, why do I remember that?
That's not name base or name drop. It's just like, does it trigger anything like, hey, in the back of his head, he knows he's been on a flying machine before, but does that trigger any type of memory of being on that flying machine?
I would say it. I would say Steve. You feel like you've probably been on an air. But that's probably about it.
All right.
But yeah, I'll leave it up to y'all if you want to try. Y'all want to go on to the Blackwoods the same weekend, or you want to.
I'm fine with heading there if everybody else is.
Yeah, I mean, like, would it be? Is it going to be a long?
I
Because I
mean,
know the only thing we need to do is just travel there,
it's
and then I'm going
Oh.
to try to talk to him.
that's really yeah. It's just really just traveling there, talking to him, and try to convince him to help you. Mostly it.
Because I know the possibility of being there, since the memory being there before might trigger something, and then with everyone around me, if I name drop my father, then that's might trigger something with Steve. So there's a lot of bonuses to Steve going.
Yeah. I mean, Steve's ready to go.
Yeah.
I mean, if anyone's got to use the bathroom or anything, otherwise I'm good to go for a little bit longer.
We could always make going and seeing Blackwood the session finish for this, and then the next session's getting prepped and travel.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could talk to
Well,
Blackwood
that's
too.
pending if Blackwood says yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could say fuck off.
He very well could, because he did curse a lot last campaign.
I am curious, like, did Blackwood like Steve, even though, you know, but he doesn't have the same personality, right?
I mean, there's only one person left in the Blackwood family now.
Yeah.
The man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's him. No.
Yeah. All right.
He's
So
closer
I'll.
than we think.
You also want to start walking out of town, trying to find the estate.
Yeah. Who's carrying the wooden toy?
As far as I know, he's on my shoulder.
Well, you did set him down at the table when we were talking.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like he's been attached to me pretty much this whole session, so I just assumed he's gonna be back on my shoulder.
Then you even
If
still.
that's what you do.
Yeah. Do.
Hey, we're traveling. I can use this. It's a wagon. Sorry.
As we get ready to leave, Steve is going to pull out this old looking wineskin and start drinking from it.
Oh my god, not the same one! Is it the same one? Out of character, out of character.
I don't know. You automatically have to ask.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Otto doesn't know anything about the wineskin.
Does Otto like wine? You could ask.
I wouldn't say he likes alcohol that much.
Otto doesn't like wine, but wine likes Otto.
Yeah. Steve would finish taking his drink from it and ask if anybody else would like a sip.
Andonia has the persistent pulling on her leg of the robe and in the general hip area, and she's just gonna be like,
Okay, critter. Give me a moment. I will take the wine from you, thank you, and then
she's gonna put it down to her right side and kind of pour it a little bit. Obviously, giving Critter a drink, and then gives it back to Steve.
Steve, you just see him like take it, pour some on the ground. Back to you.
Would anyone else care for a drink?
I could do with a quick swig if you wouldn't mind.
Yes.
I'm always open to trying new flavors of things.
Oh,
So
try
he'll-
this one. And as Phalor's taking a sip, Steve would say, "This is a very strange wine. No matter how much I drink, when I empty it, whenever I wake up in the morning, it's full again."
Like you take a sip and it has a very odd aftertaste. Like
And when he hands it back, he's like, it's very strongly flavorful up front, though there is a hint of something off towards the end. It's not unbearable, however.
I would say it probably tastes like the grapes have like it probably tastes more like old
Sour.
like very old grapes that have like they're so overly mature that they just like it's not quite there, but it has.
Now, see, grapes actually do carry an alcohol taste once they've sat out for long enough. I only know that because I've eaten a grape before after it sat out for too long, and it tasted like the smell of alcohol.
Yeah, but this is more like
It's more like a sour.
yeah.
And Phalar, I can hear you chomping on whatever you're eating. If that's you, like chips or something somebody's eating. Oh, you're probably eating those Pringles.
Oh, my
So
noise.
so
on.
y'all head out of town and eventually you come upon this very old looking inner.
I was gonna say, it shouldn't be too hard to find a countryside manor.
Are we gonna explore this manor? Kick the doors in?
Adonia's gonna kind of push her way in front of everybody. And she's gonna look back.
I will.
Follow if you must, but I will handle the talking.
'Tis understood. I'm not great with introducing to new people anyways.
It's weird. I'm looking at your stream and I saw that, where we were, and then I watched as you clicked the button, and then it said it was moving maps on my screen. Okay. Good Lord, this is a very long path.
Well, I guess when you're rich, you can have you can have long pass. Make people get exercise before they meet you.
Oh, I don't have to exercise tonight.
Benefit of being rich. Long paths.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool cart we came on, and it's got a fucking owl bear hauling it. Or it did. It's gone now.
So everybody knows, so far I've moved myself 6 times up the path, and each time has been 94 feet. There's 7 times. There's 8 times.
Ninth the charm.
9 times. It took me 10 times at moving 94 to 98 feet each one to get to the front door.
Steve did it in 5.
Oh my god.
All right. So I got Steve behind me. Is anyone else coming before I proceed with what I'm doing here?
Where are you guys?
The front door.
Prepare to move like 1,000 feet.
Uh,
Exactly.
moves 1,000 feet in the wrong direction.
Oh, what? I was just looking at the wrong direction.
Were you actually? After I just said that?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, you know what? I remember the old tech.
What the
Teleport.
Teleport tech.
Steve just welcoming himself into the building. I'm standing at the door, man. I got to knock.
Just trying to get it adjusted. I keep running into the porch outside the thing.
Character. How many mansions does Blackwood family have?
Yo, this
83 billion.
they rich
Oh.
And
they
counting.
rich as
I don't know.
AF.
Oh my god.
this butler seems familiar. I thought he got ate by something.
I'm just gonna say, um,
All right, is
Klaus
this
had like a sugar daddy. In the
this is gonna
last
be
one.
like this is gonna be a closed door? I'm assuming it's not opened.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Who had a sugar daddy?
Klaus.
Oh, Klaus with Blackwood.
Yeah.
I
All right,
would.
that
so
wrong?
there's all right. So 4 of us are up here. We're just waiting to see what Palar's doing.
I'm approaching as well. I just can't move myself.
I keep saying his name quite a lot. It's almost.
Almost.
Almost what?
I don't know if Otto was looking at his screen there.
I saw it. I just happened to look down right as it happened.
Wait, what?
Too late.
I missed it. I mean, it's fine.
So you knock on the door.
Yep, I'm gonna give it a knock on the door.
Probably about 10 or so minutes passed, and then the door opened. A butler kind of reached, kind of like, "Can I help you?"
Sorry for the late intrusion on your privacy here, but we wish to speak to Lord Blackwood.
Is he expecting?
He is not, but
And then she's gonna lean in towards his ear to kind of whisper.
he knows my father, Atmosphere.
The butler kind of gives no reaction. Says, "Button." He's going to turn, walk off into the manor.
Does anything happen to Steve when he hears the last name Blackwood?
Yes. You see flashes. Your vision's almost pulled away from this visions of an older looking flashes of vision very much brother black robes. Still whoever this younger brother is, you feel almost this connection with him, almost like partnership. And with that, you have recovered your second memory.
Do I need to make any type of saves or anything to see if
We have to see Steve staring off into the distance, and then suddenly,
Oh my god.
Roll a d20 for me.
D20. That's a 10.
The memory really shook something out of him.
It's. I would say this. I would say, like, in this moment of where you are this close, I would say Klaus has to. And it's like you look around almost immediately. You don't recognize. This place almost, because of you know who it is and who it belongs to, feels almost like a second home.
So, Klaus is here right now.
Yep.
He would walk in and start shouting for Silas, saying, "I know you're home."
As you're shouting around, it's probably about this time when. Where is he?
Otto just
I'm-
follows him.
I'm gonna wait at the door
Following
like Indonia is waiting at the door like the butler asked.
Otto's following along for the show. What about Phalor and Singed?
Phalar's probably somewhere in the middle ground, like he kind of steps beyond the doorway, just like looking down the hall, like what is happening, but doesn't go beyond that.
What about Singed?
He's
standing
just
there?
like, Steve's having another moment.
It's like as you're like calling for him, you eventually see Silas like walk around the corner, looking confused of what all this shouting is about. What's going on?
Like I said, I'm at the door as I was asked to stay at.
Like he kind of he walks toward you, kind of seeing this, kind of looking over the door, seeing this person waiting at the door. What's going on?
My companion walked in. I was just following him. Points to Steve.
Indonia is gonna do the proper thing, and is just gonna take a knee with her arm resting on the one that's propped up, just waiting to be acknowledged. Isn't gonna barge in.
Ian, Silas, Clow, Steve.
Clue Steve.
Clue Steve, yeah, Clue Steve right now.
You combine with Cleave. Cleave.
Cleve is going to punch Silas in the stomach, asking him what to do with his body.
He takes a step back and saying, he kind of grits his teeth and looks, saying, "This is the price you pay when you tell me you want me to rush a clone spell." This happens, and he just like gestures to you. This is why you ask me to. This is what happens when you ask me to rush a clone spell before you go into fucking battle.
Well, I didn't think I'd be stuck in a human body with no control over it.
Kind of, he stays quiet and River to cover.
Fine. He would.
I can drop it if you want.
Oh, it's fine for now.
At this point, he sighs and says loudly, "Whoever you are at the door, you just come in already."
That's what Cleve's gonna say. He's gonna say, Starskin, whatever, come in.
Wait.
So Andonia's gonna rush up to next to him and then retake her knee and say, "My lord."
At Cleve hearing her say, "My lord," he's gonna bust out laughing, saying, "My lord, this guy."
Like Silas just like I think Cleve just sees this like, what the fuck kind of look on his face.
I just love how Cleve is a canon name now.
He just sighs and says, "I'm not fucking royalty. Even stand up."
And she's gonna, as she's standing, she's gonna look at him.
I believe it's the lore in this manner. That was how I was always raised to introduce.
Well, it's adorable. You want something? Spit it out. I got much work to do.
There, Blackwood. You provided my father with great service, as he in the past. And we're requesting transportation to the Deadlands, if you are able to provide.
Who is your father?
And she's gonna kind of look around.
It's probably at this point Phalar is probably stepping up to the crowd since he was still waiting on the inside of the doorway.
Like, oh, I
You're
got.
She's gonna look around and then she'll lean in and say his name.
What? Just so he can hear it?
Yeah, trying to make it so only he can hear.
I haven't heard that name in a while. He pauses and says, "You can have one of my airships take you. Tell your father I don't fucking mow him anymore." He's gonna turn and walk away.
And then as he's walking away, she's gonna say in like a depressed, like defeated tone, she's just look down at the ground and she's just gonna simply say,
Never met my father.
I think he'll stop, kind of half turn around and saying, "You should. He's a good man." And then
It's kinda
then he'll
puts
look,
his-
then he'll look over at Cleve.
and when he says that, she's gonna look up and kind of shuffle herself a little bit to a proud stance with like a half smirk and say thank you.
He's gonna look over at Cleve, walk up to him, and just slap the shit out of him.
Oh my god.
And just say, and you hear him say, "Get your head on straight and remember who you are."
He's gonna ask him while rubbing his cheek, if his things are safe.
Yes, of course they are.
And then he will say, that was quite a hard slap. I think I should have paid you, old friend. And then he will drop kick him.
I think it's like after you drop kick him and he stands back up, he just gives this smirk. I miss this.
This is common practice among nobles to be greeted this way.
And
I don't think so.
before Blackwood goes to leave, Andonia's gonna suddenly chime up. Lord Black.
If I may, one last question. Might you have any information on this wanted man? And
Then she's gonna pull out the scroll and unroll it.
How would Cleve react now?
I'll wait till after Silas talks before Cleve will respond.
Okay, he stares at it and his eyes darken. As he's staring, you notice that his normal eyes turn black, like in black. And just and can't help you. Turns
And then as he's leaving, she's just gonna say real quick,
you assume they'll help that possibility ease your mind. He is very wanted man by the one that I serve. My queen has issued me to assassinate.
he stops again. Can't help you. But you definitely get a sense he knows more.
all right.
So I'll say it's. I'll let you respond, but probably pretty soon after. Probably when back.
Okay, that's great. I was hoping for that. As Cleve sees that, he would say, "Oh, Ugo, what a complete fuck up he is. If he was dead, it's as easy as my fingers.
So when
that muscle bound idiot."
As Andonia hears that he calls out the name and starts talking about him, she's just gonna quickly rush over to him, both hands grab him at the collar of his shirt, practically picking him up about an inch off the ground, and then shaking him, demanding information.
I would say at this point, that's when you come back and like
Just violently.
It's like you notice that Antonio now has you. Haven't met this person you're waiting for yet, and you don't even know what's really going on.
And she's just violently shaking you. What information
about Ugo do you have? You mention his name. You know him. What do you know?
What are you talking about, Edonia? We're waiting on your contact.
And she's gonna stop shaking, but still holding him about an inch off the ground. Lord
Blackwood is already here. He spoke with us. Is going to give us air travel transport to the Deadlands in exchange for the service that my father gave to him in the past. And when I asked him about the person on this scroll,
and she's got the scroll in the hand as she's holding onto him.
Yeah.
You said his name without me saying his name. started talking about his personality. You said that you knew him.
And then at this point, right hand is just gonna slap him in the face.
Steve is just gonna say, "Yes, I know of him, and the robbery he committed in Vale. But that's about it. I don't have any more information than that. And you should really quit acting this way before Lord Blackwood comes out."
And Antonia is just still holding him in the air, is just gonna drop, and she's gonna turn and head for the door.
I will say,
Steve's gonna look.
It's because she has so much that information that she got from Lord Blackwood, and then what just happened with Cleve. She is opting to right outside the door on the left-hand side by the pillar. That's where she's doing her own camp.
okay.
Steve would look at Otto and say, "What the hell is her problem?" and start walking.
We'll see. I mean, Otto doesn't know what's going. What her
Is Otto,
problem
is Otto gonna say anything?
Nah.
Steve would pass Phalor, wherever
Wait,
he's
but
at.
before you leave, Otto would like to ask you. So what was
Oh.
that?
Oh, real quick for everybody, what I did is as I walked through the doorway for outside and was heading over, is I set Singe down in the middle of the doorway.
Wait.
It's not in the mean way, because he's on my shoulder, and because of everything she has to mull over and think about, she's wants to be by herself, set up her own camp there to the side. So right there where that dancing blue circle is where she put Singe as she walked out. Not in a mean way. She just set him down gently as she walked by because she wants to be by herself.
Okay.
It's right in between two pillars for a field goal kick.
Ascend travels 846 feet.
That was quick.
Wait. So what was that? Was
What
that
was
still
what?
you, or was that someone else?
What are you talking about?
I'd say, Phalar, because he would have probably been with an ear and eye shot of it. He'll kind of walk up and be like,
So
"You had a sort of moment again, except you weren't quite acting like yourself. Blackwood seemed almost
Okay,
annoyed about it."
sorry. Apparently, the F is a hotkey on my keyboard for the fart. That was not meant to happen.
And then
I was
after he
typing
says,
I was typing something, and when I hit F, all of a sudden.
he says that, Steve wasn't acting like himself exactly, and Blackwood seemed a little bit annoyed about it. He looks at Otto and he's like, "Don't know if you noticed that as well. He seemed a bit slightly off-put by the fact that whatever it was that happened was happening, as if he knew him."
So do you know Blackwood?
No, I don't.
He also slapped you and said something about remember who you are. So perhaps you met him before, and because you don't know your memories, you cannot remember.
You punched him, you drop kicked him, and then he slapped you. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting
he
for the
slapped
butler.
you, and then you kicked him, and when he got back up, he said something that was not necessarily an insult, so
I'm waiting for the butler to come up and be like, "Please get the fuck out of the house."
The butler's definitely like watching y'all. Just standing by the doorway.
it seems that you may have had some sort of connection with this man in the past, and you cannot remember what it is, and he seems rather upset about that.
Very strange.
Yeah. I feel like you know him and he knows you, but you say you don't know him.
Well, you have to remember, Otto, Steve is struggling to remember their past. Perhaps
Yeah.
at another time you could discuss the situation with Blackwood if it does come to it. Ask him if he knows what you have forgotten.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't really see our paths crossing that much, though. This may be the only time you ever talk to him.
You think so? I mean, do you like the guy or do you hate the guy? Like,
I mean, I haven't even talked to him. Apparently, Donia did.
no, you
I
definitely.
don't have any
yeah.
recollection of that.
I wonder
keep,
if it's...
keep in mind of him. I mean, we can bring you back if you know.
You know, Steve, I wonder if there's some sort of emotion that you were overtaken with when you encountered part of your past, because the same thing happened not too long ago with the book. You sort of blinded out when you were reading it before the table incident. Perhaps something is blocking you from re-encountering your past.
Maybe.
I cannot say for certain. I mean, I have had encounters with something of the sort in the past, but it was not nearly the same, and I don't have a lot of experience with it.
I don't know. It sounds like y'all are talking a whole bunch of weird.
We can set the matters aside for now.
We'll
I think-
figure it out as we go, as
yeah.
I've said before.
You'll figure it out too. I'm sure your memory will come back to you eventually.
Above the table, the way I see it is, Steve has. You guys mentioned he has something blocking his memory, so I take that as he's got a blockage going on, as if he ate too much cheese and now he can't poop.
Oh no.
So
Oh no!
now,
Oh no!
now he
He's
needs to
gonna press the
find.
button.
He needs to find. He needs to find the X-Lax version for his brain. So it was unblock. No, actually, I wasn't going to push the button, but I mean, if you all want me to push the button, here you go.
I was fully expecting for the button.
I want to end it here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.